Good morning. I would like to call to order the open meeting for Thursday, November 6th, 2025. I will now ask the Commission Secretary for information on today's agenda.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the minutes of the open meeting of Thursday, October 30th, 2025, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss the minutes.
I move we approve the minutes of the open meeting of Thursday, October 30, 2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the agenda, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss the notices associated with agenda items 2 through 6, or the draft order closing docket 5 CE 155 associated with agenda item 7.
I move we approve the notices of investigation associated with agenda items 2 through 5.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move we approve the notice of proceeding associated with agenda item 6.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
In docket 5 CE 155, I move we approve the draft order to close the proceeding.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That brings us to agenda item 8, which is docket 6680 UR 125, the application of Wisconsin Power and Light Company for authority to adjust electric and natural gas rates. I'm going to lead our discussion today about this rate case. Again, this is for Wisconsin Power and Light, also known as Alliant Energy. This is a new and different process for the commissioners for several reasons. First, the rate case that is before us today includes a settlement agreement, as opposed to the fully contested rate cases taken up by the commission over the past couple of years, including the three of us this time last year. Second, this settlement agreement is a unique one because all the intervening parties signed on to the settlement agreement with the applicant, and this settlement agreement includes the resolution of every single issue in the rate case. So again, this is a very unique settlement agreement that we are going to be reviewing today. I would first like to start by thanking Commission staff for all of their hard work on this docket. They did a great job in the initial phases of the proceeding, conducting important and in-depth review and analysis to help develop the record. When it became apparent that a settlement would occur, Commission staff exhibited flexibility and pivoted to a different role that better aligned with the settlement process while still facilitating a clear and informed decision-making process for the Commission. In my tenure as chairperson, I have consistently and persistently encouraged applicants and interveners to work together, develop viable solutions, and attempt to reach consensus on important rate case issues through constructive collaboration. I want to thank the applicant and the intervening parties for heeding our call and for the time and effort they expended to negotiate, develop, and finalize the settlement agreement before us. It's important to note that the participating parties represent a broad range of customers and advocacy groups. The following organizations were parties to the proceeding and signed on to the settlement agreement. The first is Blacks for Political and Social Action of Dane County, or BPSA. BPSA was formed in 2020, and their mission is to involve Black citizens in the political process and to advance economic and social justice of Black citizens. Many Dane County residents and organizations represented by BPSA are WPNL customers, and one of BPSA's current priorities is to promote environmental justice for Black residents in the area. This includes assessing energy burden and access to renewable energy. Our next advocacy group is Clean Wisconsin. Founded in 1970, Clean Wisconsin works to protect Wisconsin's air and water and advocates for clean energy. Clean Wisconsin has over 20,000 members and supporters statewide, including hundreds who live and work within the WPNL service territory. The Citizens Utility Board, or CUB, was created by the Wisconsin legislature in 1979 to advocate on behalf of utility customers. CUB serves as the independent consumer advocate for all residential, small commercial, and small industrial customers of investor-owned utilities in Wisconsin. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 965, or IBEW. IBEW Local 965 is a labor union with hundreds of members who perform utility industry construction work. WPNL employs 825 IBEW members, and many IBEW members are WPNL customers. IBEW advocacy focuses on wages, benefits, staffing levels, working conditions, and job security for members who work for these utilities. Our next advocate is Renew Wisconsin, or just Renew. Renew is a nonprofit organization that works to advance the state's renewable energy goals. Renew's 400 members represent large and small companies and individuals who are committed to ensuring the availability of renewable energy to power our state. Walmart. Walmart is a large commercial retailer that owns and operates 18 retail stores, 2 distribution centers, and other related facilities in WP&L's service territory. Walmart participated in this proceeding because the impacts utility rates have on their operating costs. And finally, the Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group, or WIG, whose membership is comprised of large industrial customers, many of whom purchase energy from WP&L. Part of WIG's role is to take part in rate cases and other proceedings that affect its members' energy costs and energy supply. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the crucial role several ongoing commission investigations played in helping bring about this settlement agreement. Those ongoing investigations provided a venue for many of these parties to come to the table, engage in meaningful discussion, provide their perspectives, and develop potential solutions to significant challenges. Thank you to the commission staff facilitating these investigations and fostering these important relationships. Going forward, I'm optimistic that these examples of success can translate to productive outcomes in other ongoing investigations, like the recently opened Cost Overrun 1. Next, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the timeline of this rate case and the settlement agreement to provide background on how we got to where we are today. On March 31st of this year, WP&L timely filed their biennial rate case application requesting to adjust retail electric and natural gas rates for the 2026 and 2027 test years. In April, all the previously discussed parties filed to intervene in the rate case. So again, BPSA, Clean Wisconsin, CUB, IBEW Local 965, Renew, Walmart, and WIG. As they do in every rate case, commission staff got right to work, issuing data requests to receive additional information, conducting analyses to produce the staff audit, and reviewing provisions of the application while working with the applicant and parties to build the proceeding schedule. In mid-August, per the schedule and our typical process, interveners and commission staff filed their direct testimony. Notably, on August 25th, the applicant filed a notice of intent to file a settlement. On September 3rd, the applicant filed a full settlement agreement executed by all interveners for the 2026 and 2027 test years, including fuel costs. On September 9th, 2 public hearings were held in person and virtually in the afternoon and evening for members of the public. Public comments were accepted at the hearings through the PSC website or via U.S. mail. Hundreds of written public comments were submitted via our website and mail, and 10 people testified at the public hearings. To better address the full settlement that was filed, the commission issued an amended schedule. A final party hearing was held on September 18th, which satisfied the procedural requirements of this proceeding. This shift from contested rate case to filed settlement meant the documents developed for a fully contested rate case, such as a decision matrix to help guide our discussion of each decision item, were no longer relevant or necessary to this proceeding. Because this rate case resulted in a settlement agreement that addresses every issue with the full support of all the parties, commission staff instead wrote a memo summarizing the settlement and presenting the commission with 2 decision items. This memo was issued for public comment on October 8th. Today, we are being asked to determine if the settlement agreement satisfies applicable statutory criteria to fully approve, partially approve, or reject the settlement agreement, and what, if any, conditions are necessary to include. Next, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the role of the commission in a settlement, since, again, this is a new concept for this commission, and to help provide a quick overview of the settlement law. Prior to 2018, Wisconsin law did not contain a specific statutory provision about settlements or the settlement process. Therefore, the commission reviewed settlement proposals under several general standards and powers, including the just and reasonable rate standard reflected in Wisconsin statute section 196.03 and 196.37, the determination of whether there is substantial evidence to support determinations and whether determinations are a proper exercise of discretion from Wisconsin statute sections 227.57 sub 6 and 227.57 sub 8 respectively, and the authority to issue conditional orders found under Wisconsin statute section 196.395.5. In 2018, the state legislature passed and former Governor Scott Walker signed into law 2017 Wisconsin Act 136. Among other things, this act created Wisconsin statute section 196.026, which prescribes the procedural and substantive criteria required for settlements. While the settlement agreement before us is unique in its totality, in that it addresses every issue in the rate case and all the intervening parties signed on to the settlement agreement, the Wisconsin statute governing settlements includes procedural and substantive criteria applicable to all settlements, including those where not all issues are agreed to, and/or nor all parties sign on to the settlement agreement. I will briefly summarize the various provisions of the settlement law. So first is section 196.026 sub 1, which encourages parties to enter into settlements. Section 196.026 subs 2 through 6 establish and require procedural and substantive requirements that I'll walk through in a moment. And 196.026 sub 7 provides that the commission may approve a settlement agreement if all criteria required in the statute are met. Finally, section 196.026 sub 8 states that the commission may approve a settlement agreement under sub 4 in whole or in part and with conditions deemed necessary by the commission. If the settlement agreement does not resolve all of the issues in the docket, the commission shall decide the remaining issues in accordance with applicable law and procedure. So I will walk through the language of each of those provisions in my discussion of the legal analysis and the decisions before us. Procedural requirements. So when undertaking this legal analysis, first we must apply the settlement agreement before us to the applicable procedure requirements included in the statute to determine if the applicant and parties satisfied these criteria. Here, the applicable procedural requirements are contained in section 196.026 4, 5, 6, and 7A. 196.026 4 requires a written settlement agreement and any documents, testimony, exhibits, or other matters relevant to the settlement be submitted to the commission, and that all parties in the proceeding are served a copy of the settlement agreement. This criterion is clearly satisfied here. The written settlement agreement and supporting documents were filed with the commission, and all parties agreed on a resolution to all of the issues. There were no service issues here either. Section 186.026 sub 5 requires that if the proposed settlement agreement is not supported by all parties, that the settling parties are required to convene at least one conference that all parties, including the non-settling ones, have an opportunity to participate in to discuss the proposed settlement agreement. This criterion would only apply to situations where the settlement agreement is not supported by all parties. Since all parties support the settlement agreement in this case, this criterion does not apply here. Section 196.026 sub 6 requires that within 30 days of service of a settlement agreement, each party is required to respond in writing via filing and service of copies on all parties, their agreement, objection, or non-objection to the settlement agreement. While all parts of this subsection are not applicable here due to the unanimous nature of the settlement agreement before us, this criterion is clearly satisfied as all parties agreed to the settlement and filed letters and/or testimony signaling their agreement in a timely manner. Section 196.026 sub 7A requires that all parties who filed an objection, non-objection, or no response to a settlement agreement had reasonable opportunity to present evidence and arguments in opposition. This subsection also does not apply here because it only refers to parties who object, non-object, or fail to respond in their opportunity to present evidence and arguments in opposition to the settlement agreement. Since there's no opposition to this agreement, this criterion does not apply. We are now at our first decision item from our commission staff memo to determine if the applicant satisfied applicable procedural requirements under Wisconsin statute section 196.026. Based on the analysis I just walked through, for this item, I am at alternative 1, that the applicable procedural requirements of Wisconsin statute 196.026 have been satisfied. I will now turn it over to my colleagues for their positions on this first decision point. Commissioner Nieto.
Thank you, Chairperson Strand. On this first decision point, I also found alternative 1, that the applicable procedural requirements have been satisfied. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I am in the same place, and I just want to shout out and show appreciation for the legal staff demonstrating this process and walking us through it so well in multiple different forms. So appreciate that. Alt 1.
Thank you. Okay, now that we've determined that the procedural requirements of the settlement statute have been satisfied, we can move on to our second and final decision item, which asks if the settlement agreement satisfies section 196.026 sub 7BC, which is provisions of the settlement agreement, whether we want to fully approve, partially approve, or reject the settlement agreement, and what, if any, conditions are necessary to include. So first, I'll discuss the determination about satisfaction of 196.026 sub 7 sub B and C, because this is integral to the commission's ability to approve a settlement agreement. Several different types of rate case settlements can come before the commission, and previous commissions have seen various flavors of agreements. Again, as I've mentioned several times, this settlement agreement before us today is unique and different from any others filed in recent memory because every participating party signed onto it and every issue was addressed and agreed to. Ingrained in the settlement process is the fact that the PSC is not involved in the negotiations that can lead to settlement agreements. We aren't at the table and do not know all of the give and take that occurs among the parties, nor do we take part in drafting settlement agreements. Though the settlement process entails a different role for us, especially as compared to contested rate proceedings, this is okay. It aligns with the governing statute and its intent, and it doesn't mean that we've abandoned any of our responsibilities within the regulatory construct. Despite this difference in the PSC role, Commission staff still made necessary and meaningful contributions to the record, including but not limited to review, analysis, testimony, data response issuances, audits, adjustments, memo development, etc. This work no doubt informed and influenced the final product, and again, I want to thank them for their efforts and work. It is unnecessary for me to walk through the various settlement agreement items, item by item, because the settlement filed by the parties on September 3rd speaks for itself, and the narrative about what's in the agreement and why it's a win for all of the parties involved is best told by the applicants and parties themselves. There are issues in this settlement agreement that have been heavily contested in other recent rate proceedings and likely would have garnered significant discussion from us today if this were a fully contested rate case and not a settlement agreement. However, I will not speculate as to how those discussions may have played out because that is not the decision or process before us today. From my perspective, it appears the settlement process worked well here, especially evidenced by the unanimous nature of both the parties to and issues resolved in the agreement. I commend and applaud the work that went into reaching the settlement agreement and support approving the settlement in full. With that being said, it's important to emphasize that in supporting the settlement agreement in full, I am doing so with the understanding that nothing in this decision should be misconstrued as precedent-setting or a signal of our support of other dockets to be taken up in the future. To be clear, we are not prejudging any items that may appear in future filings. Rather, those issues will be considered on a case-by-case basis and decided solely based on the evidence in those specific records and within our regulatory framework. Additionally, there's no such thing as a perfect outcome regardless of the process used. There's always room for improvement and evolution as utilities and parties continue to collaborate, negotiate, and develop solutions in future rate cases and other proceedings. Getting back to the remaining statutory requirements to discuss here, Wisconsin Statute Section 196.026, sub 7, B and C, provide that the commission may approve a settlement agreement if all of the following conditions are met. In sub B, it's that the commission finds the public interest is adequately represented by the parties who entered into the settlement agreement. Here, as I previously summarized, each party to the agreement and the various constituencies and facets of the public interest they represent are well established. To quickly recap, together, BPSA, Clean Wisconsin, CUB, Renew, and WIG represent residential, small business, and large industrial customers, including marginalized communities. They also represent or advocate on behalf of environmental protection, stewardship, and responsibility, including through the expansion of clean and renewable energy. IBEW represents people who work for the applicant directly or others that live or work in the applicant's service territory. Walmart is a national retailer of goods and services throughout the U.S. They do business in the applicant's territory and represent the business and economic aspects of the public interest. These parties provide better than adequate representation of the public interest across a broad range of people, groups, and industry. Therefore, I felt that sub B was absolutely satisfied here. In sub C, this criteria requires that the commission find the settlement agreement represents a fair and reasonable resolution to the docket, is supported by substantial evidence on the record as a whole, and complies with applicable law, including that any rates resulting from the settlement agreement are just and reasonable. To break this down, there are three components to C. One, that the unanimous nature of the settlement agreement is, to me, the unanimous nature of the settlement agreement is proof of a fair and reasonable resolution to the docket. Second, that resolution is supported by substantial evidence on the record. Here, the record is voluminous and comprised of substantial evidence as a whole supporting the settlement agreement. As I talked about earlier, months and months of work went into this. It was a long process. From April to September, commission staff, the applicant, and the parties undertook testimony hearings, the staff audit, analysis, discovery, exhibits, and other items that generated substantial evidence on the record as a whole. There were multiple opportunities for public engagement and party involvement, including the staff memorandum being put out to comment, and this also created more evidence for inclusion in the record. The next criterion about complying with applicable law, including that rates resulting from the settlement are just and reasonable. Here I'm confident that the settlement agreement complies with the applicable law, including that the rates are just and reasonable. Based on my legal analysis of relevant statutory criteria and due to the unanimous settlement and evidence in the record. In the rate-making process, feedback and analysis from the applicant and parties is always part of the record and therefore considered in arriving at a decision. Obviously, that feedback, input, analysis, negotiation, and back and forth had to have occurred in discussions and negotiations in order for the parties to arrive at the settled rates as part of the agreement. All of the rate-making components here were vetted and agreed to by all parties, and I strongly believe that the participating parties would not agree to rates that are unjust and unreasonable. For those reasons, I'm at alternative 1, which would be to find that the settlement agreement meets the criteria in 196.026 sub 7 B and C. And due to my position that the criteria here are satisfied, I support approving the settlement agreement in full. There are also sub-alternatives here in this decision item, which I'll go through before handing it over to my colleagues for their positions. The sub-alternatives in this decision item address the potential addition of conditions. Here I'm at sub-alt A, which would include approving the settlement agreement in full with conditions consistent with our discussion. Okay, so now for our discussion on conditions. Standard conditions were not addressed or included in the filed settlement agreement, so Commission staff included potential standard conditions consistent with past rate cases for us to consider. The standard conditions laid out on pages 57 and 58 of the Commission staff memo as items A through O include reporting and notice provisions required to implement the rate adjustments. These standard conditions were included in the applicant's last rate case, docket 6680 UR 124. I do support the inclusion of the standard order conditions because they are typical, consistent, required to implement rate adjustments included in the settlements, and perhaps most importantly, these conditions do not alter the settlement agreement, as evidenced by the joint comments filed by the applicants and settling parties, signaling their support for the inclusion of these standard order conditions. Next, I will discuss the 4 additional order conditions recommended by Commission staff in the memo on pages 58 through 59. I do not support the inclusion of these additional conditions as part of my decision here. These are new conditions that have not been imposed on the applicant in past proceedings. The reasoning and justification behind inclusion of these did not compel me to believe that they are necessary for approval, especially considering this is a unanimous and fully settled agreement. Further, the joint comments make it clear that the new conditions are unnecessary because the applicant has already addressed or is committed to addressing these additional conditions going forward. With that being said, I do support the spirit of staff's additional suggestions and would have supported the inclusion of these conditions if we weren't in a settlement situation where the applicant has already indicated their willingness to address them. Relatedly, I do not feel comfortable including any other additional conditions at this stage in the process due to the unforeseen impacts on the unanimous settlement. Put another way, the risk of the unknown outweighs any possible benefits of tinkering with non-standard conditions. We always preserve the right for staff to work with the applicant and parties to gather additional information if needed at a more appropriate time. While the 3 of us love a prolonged discussion about conditions and modifications to them, a settlement situation is not the place to add ideas that are not vetted by the applicant, parties, and staff. So to restate my position on our second and final decision item, I am at alternative 1, which would be to find the settlement agreement meets the criteria in Wisconsin statute section 196.026 sub 7 and B and C, approve the settlement agreement in full, and direct Commission staff to draft a final decision for the Commission's approval, and subalternative A, approve the settlement agreement in full with conditions consistent with the Commission's discussion. The only conditions I support including are standard order conditions A through O from the memo. Finally, I want to again reiterate that nothing in this decision should be misconstrued as precedential or a signal of what we'll support in the future. We are not prejudging items that may appear in future filings, including rate case proceedings from this applicant or other applicants or parties to the settlement. Rather, again, those issues will be considered on a case-by-case basis based on the evidence in those specific records and within the Commission's regulatory framework. This fact will be made clear in the language of the final order of this decision. I will now hand it over to my colleagues for their positions on our second decision item. Commissioner Nieto.
Thank you, Chairperson Strand. I landed in the same spot as you did, so I will be at alternative 1. finding the settlement agreement meets the criteria and approving in full. And then the sub-alternative A with the standard order conditions, I didn't find the additional order conditions necessary for the reasons you articulated. I'll just underscore, as you already stated, the commission's statutory responsibility here is not diminished, and what we do have before us is a very strong record supporting this settlement. We have a full and fully unanimous settlement, and I see this as a positive outcome for this case overall. I do think that the settlement demonstrated collaboration, creativity, and flexibility, and I think it set a positive tone for future cases. So I appreciated all of those things and appreciate your comments on not setting a precedent as well. And that said, I find the public interest is adequately represented here, and this is a fair and reasonable resolution. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. It's very helpful. I appreciate that. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I am in the same place at alternative 1, sub-alternative A. I thought that the public interest was adequately represented. And as to sub C, the fair and reasonable resolution, I thought given the timing of when the settlement was filed, that really did help me believe that this was fully supported by substantial evidence in the record. And Chair Strand laid out the long timeline and staff's lengthy involvement. So I thought that was a critical piece in my determination. There was a very robust record and a lot of evidence and information provided by staff, and not just the parties, as Chair Strand pointed out, that staff are not part of the actual settlement. So I thought that timing was really, really useful. And overall, I really appreciated all the creativity and flexibility that Commissioner Nieto just raised. I think there are a lot of exciting new programs that were brought into this settlement that will benefit all of the customers of the applicant. So for those reasons, I am at 1 sub A.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments as well. I think we have everything we need. I just want to check with our legal counsel to make sure that they have what they need and that we are ready for a motion.
Yep,
Okay,
if everyone's, yep.
wonderful, thank you. Okay, you are ready for motion on this one. Thank you.
In docket 6680 UR 125, I move we approve the request by Wisconsin Power and Light Company for authority to adjust electric and natural gas rates consistent with our discussion today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We are now going to take a 30-minute break before we take up our next item, which is item number 9, which is docket 4220 UR 127. So with that 30-minute break, we will be back in at 11:30. Thank you. Okay, welcome. We are back. We left off at item 9 on our agenda, docket 4220 UR 127, the application of Northern States Power Company, Wisconsin, or NSPW, for authority to adjust electric and natural gas rates. Commissioner Nieto has agreed to lead our discussion of this item. Thank you for that. I will turn it over to her now.
Thank you, Chairperson Strand. As you said, before us today is the discussion of record for NSPW's request to change utility rates starting in 2026. The discussion we have today will inform a written final decision that will be posted on our website and transmitted to the parties and the applicant. And like many commission decisions, the decision before us today doesn't have only one linear path leading to the right outcome. We will estimate a budget or the revenues the utility will need in order to provide safe, reliable, adequate service and earn a reasonable return per the law in the test years 2026 and 2027. The inputs we use to get there may require pragmatic adjustments in order for us to get to an end result or a bottom line revenue requirement that is just and reasonable in its totality. We will then establish rate designs for electric and gas services. Each commissioner might come to the table today with different adjustments, which ultimately lead to a very similar overall end result as the other commissioners' adjustments do, but via a distinct pathway. That's possible too. That's okay, and that's why we're here to discuss and work together in this open meeting to get to the right result, to get there transparently, and to provide predictability and stability for the regulated utility, for its customers, for parties involved, and to ensure fairness and that the public interest is upheld. NSPW requested an increase in electric rates of approximately $93 million in 2026 and $151 million in 2027. So this is a 2026 requested increase of 12% compared to the rates that are in effect today. And in 2027, it would be 19% higher than the rates that are in effect today. For natural gas operations, the requested increases of $20 million in 2026 and $24 million in 2027 would be 13% higher than today's rates on the 2026, and then 14% higher than today's on 2027. The factors driving NSPW's request to adjust electric rates include new capital investments related to asset health and reliability, capacity and new business, resiliency mitigation, advanced grid intelligence and security, mandates, wildfire risk mitigation, and fleet tools and other equipment. There's also some increased depreciation expense, taxes other than income taxes, and deferred income taxes due to the additional rate base from NSPW's capital infrastructure. There are increases to non-interchange agreement O&M expenses and reduced forecasted sales as compared to 2024 authorized sales. The increases on these items are partially offset by lower production and transmission expenses and decreased amortization expense associated with net regulatory assets and liabilities. Factors driving NSPW's request to adjust its natural gas rates include rate base growth, increased depreciation expense associated with new gas capital additions, increased O&M costs, and increases partially are offset on these items by a decrease in the manufactured gas plant amortization expense for cleanup of the Ashland site. In terms of the requirements framing our decision today, the Commission's authority to establish utility rates and terms of service has a robust statutory foundation. Wisconsin statute sections 196.03, 196.20, and 196.37 grant the Commission its general authority to establish utility rates and terms of service. In particular, section 196.03 provides that any public utility rate shall be reasonable and just, and every unjust or unreasonable charge for such service is prohibited and declared unlawful. The Commission's evaluation of reasonableness of rates necessarily implicates numerous competing considerations, including reliability, conservation, the financial stability of the utility, customer affordability, and more. Rate setting is an area in which the Commission has special expertise. I'll note the determinations the Commission must make in this proceeding are not subject to evidentiary standards meant for findings of fact, as the Commission must balance the facts it finds with policy considerations, such as whether a proposed rate change is reasonable or just. In its rate-making function, the Commission is not bound to the use of any single formula or combination of formulae in determining rates. Again, the ultimate goal and duty here is to set rates that are not excessive, but are sufficient to provide needed service, afford the utility a reasonable opportunity to earn the fair return that is set. I'll just make a few remarks to contextualize the request that is before us today. As I mentioned, this request would raise rates for electric and gas by 19 and 14% respectively by the year 2027 as compared to today's rates. So staff audited the requested increase and presented an audited revenue requirement that decreased those percentages, and then left a number of items up to us to decide whether or not they should be added back into the revenue requirement. The applicant's request does represent a significant increase, but there are also a few things to keep in mind. I would note that this is a utility with historically lower rates than other investor-owned utilities due to a number of reasons. So the increase percentages that I'm talking about are built upon a lower starting point than what we might see with another utility. Second, NSPW was the only major investor-owned utility in Wisconsin to hold rates flat in 2025 for both electric and natural gas customers. Despite holding rates steady during that time, the company did continue to make significant investments to maintain and improve service, but these investments were made without a concurrent rate increase. And so what that means is essentially NSPW had forecasted a revenue deficiency for 2025 of approximately 4% for electric and 6% for natural gas. That's what it would have sought in rate increases that year. It chose not to file that year, essentially deferring that cost recovery and allowing customers to avoid a rate increase that year. But now that means that unrecovered 2025 costs roll forward into 2026 and 2027, and they do contribute to some level of the revenue deficiencies that we are discussing in this case. On the other hand, it's also worth noting that while staff's audited revenue requirement removed or reduced dollar amounts for certain items, staff also audited and did not materially reduce some large requested items, as staff found the amounts appeared reasonable. That said, overall, I'll propose some pragmatic adjustments that will attenuate the requested rate increase while allowing the applicant to meet the needed service obligations and the reasonable opportunity to earn a fair return as required. This will include accepting many, but not all of the audit adjustments made by staff, taken together with and balanced by authorizing an ROE and regulatory equity layer that makes sense based on the analysis in the record and that makes sense in terms of achieving an overall resulting revenue requirement that is proper. Again, this is a careful balancing of adjustments to get to a fair, measured, just, and reasonable bottom line revenue requirement result. With the changes that I have in mind regarding the revenue requirement, those changes would ultimately lead me to essentially a no change position on the financial parameters, which is maintaining the applicant's current ROE and equity layer percentage. But again, the changes that we make as a commission together to the audit adjustments in the course of this discussion could change my initial position on the financial parameters, or vice versa. Our financial parameter position could change other decisions in this case. And that's why we'll take a break at some point here also, so staff can verify our revenue requirement changes, and so that we can take a look at those interconnected items. So a few logistical notes as we get started here. We will need to take that break likely prior to the rate design discussion, so commission staff can rerun the numbers based on adjustments we make. And likewise, should one of my colleagues need a break at any other point in our discussion, please let me know, and we can certainly do that as well. We'll be following a decision matrix that is available on the e-agenda and on the events page of the PSC website. And I will note as well, we do have sets of numbers for both NSPW total company and NSPW's Wisconsin jurisdiction or Wisconsin retail. So total company simply includes a small number of customers outside of Wisconsin that are still within the NSPW total company. Unless otherwise noted, I'll use total company numbers for the purposes of this discussion today. Finally, before I turn it over to my colleagues for any opening remarks, I would like to thank the dedicated and professional commission staff for their great work on this case. Also, I'd like to thank the utility for its openness and cooperation in our review. There are a lot of uncontested issues in this decision matrix today, and there are also other issues that are contested but appear to have consensus among the applicant and the parties, and that's obviously evidence of a spirit of cooperation that is going on here. I'd like to thank the intervening parties for bringing their perspective and evidence and helping us reach what I'm confident will be a balanced decision. And finally, I'd like to thank the public and customers who participated in our process, providing written comments and testimony at the public hearings. We did receive numerous comments related to the affordability of bills, related to Wisconsinites, families, seniors, and Wisconsinites in general struggling economically in these times. I have certainly weighed your comments in my review, and thank you for that participation as well. At this point, I'll turn it over to Chairperson Strand for any introductory comments.
Thank you. I will just make a few brief comments. First, I just want to thank you for your excellent, thorough, and informative opening remarks. Really did a great job setting the stage for us to walk through this item today. And I want to echo your thanks to the staff and all the others who participated in this proceeding. I think the contributions were voluminous and informative, and I'm looking forward to having a discussion with you guys about the contested issues. And on that note, I think we all understand that not every rate case will end in a settlement, and that's totally fine. But I really appreciate the spirit, the negotiation, the collaboration, the cooperation that the parties undertook in this contested rate case. As we can see, a lot of the issues were negotiated, agreed upon, and therefore uncontested. And of the ones that are left, I do think they are the important ones that really do call for a deep dive from us and from the others. And it makes sense why they're, maybe they were not able to reach agreement now, but we have good information to help make our decisions. And I hope that this kind of collaboration and negotiation and uncontested nature of a lot of these items is a model for other contested rate cases going forward, because it's different from the contested rate cases we have seen in 2023 and 2024. So I think we're on the right path here. And again, I appreciate all of the work that went into getting us to this point from the applicant and the parties and the staff. It appears that the approach was constructive and collaborative, and we have a lot of good examples where consensus was reached. And it feels like it was also similar to what we talked about with the last one, flexible and positive, and not this adversarial, everyone go pout in the corner kind of feel that we've seen in some other ones, not this year. So I just want to congratulate everyone for a job well done, and thank Commissioner Nieto again.
Thank you, Chairperson Strand. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I'll echo Chair Strand's comments about your setting our conversation up very well. I also appreciated one thing that hasn't been said. I think just the way the applicant sort of summarized the whole package as it was evolving, and there was that constructive back and forth with the interveners and staff that I really appreciated just the messaging of how things were evolving and how you could see that whole package. As you pointed out, Commissioner Nieto, the end reasonable result isn't just a straight line, and there's a bunch of different factors. And so every time that there was a representation of how all those things interacted, it was very useful to me. So I really appreciated that. I want to echo the thanks to the staff for dealing with all of my fun questions, both early and last minute. Really appreciate that. And yeah, looking forward to the conversation with my colleagues. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Our first contested issue is issue 3, so we'll go directly to that issue, and that is around the appropriate amount of Board of Director expenses to include. The Board of Director expenses were removed from staff's audited revenue requirements. We're deciding whether or not to add those back in or add a portion back in. On this one, I'll be at Alt 2. I would suggest allowing 50% back in. And just a preview for you both, on the next issue, I would be at the alternative to allow in the full amount of the fiduciary insurance fees, because to me, these are two distinct concepts and issues. I'll note the Commission has started to, in recent years, examine these costs in detail. And in prior IOU rate cases, the Commission found it would be instructive to see more detailed information regarding the nature and purpose of such costs. We began to request more specific data in rate proceedings demonstrating the specific customer benefits associated with Board of Directors costs. I will say, in general, the applicant provided that information and stated that customers benefit because NSPW is publicly traded, and the structure allows access to funding for maintaining a safe, reliable, and expanding electric system. And the Board of Directors sets company policies and provides oversight of operations and finances. Cub described how the expenses on this line support shareholders, that board members are elected by and answerable to shareholders and may not include members representing customers. The applicant witnesses countered that while customer benefit is a consideration the Commission should take into account in making its determination, it's not the only consideration. And I just want to point out that I agree with that. This type of determination, in my mind, is similar to how we look at lobbying expenses or association dues. At a very high level, the Commission has consistently held that customers shouldn't fund direct efforts to benefit shareholders financially only or specifically. But that doesn't mean that every operating utility of a company needs to have some direct customer benefit. Some benefits are indirect, and they're just part and parcel of operating a successful, viable, well-positioned organization, which benefits everybody. So I reviewed the material we have in the record on this discussion. I found that what we have here supports that some of these costs fall into the former category, with the general objective of a corporate board being to maximize shareholder value. And some fall into the latter category, being part and parcel of a successful operation. Therefore, I found it reasonable to allow these back in at 50%. Chair Strand?
Thank you, and thank you for your thorough description of your justification and your methodology. I think you are spot on that we were on the record going back to last year about needing strong customer benefit information to help make the decisions about items like this, as well as association dues, lobbying expenses, et cetera. So, we were teeing up already that what we were interested in seeing to help us make that decision. I don't think I can put the rest of your justification into better words than you did. So I absolutely support your alternative 2, which would be to authorize 50% for the reasons you stated. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Strand. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I found a lot of the same piece of the record that you mentioned really instructive, and appreciate getting the additional information that was requested on this. I was originally leaning towards alternative 1. I thought the parts of the arguments that, a board is a required piece of a utility business that is just necessary for operation of the company was was instructive. But then, again, I think since it's sort of our first time seeing this information presented to us, and we're learning from the responses and all the great points you made, that there is not certainly a one-sided reason behind these expenses. I can join both of you at alternative 2. I thought that was well said, and yeah, I can join at the 50%.
Great, thank you. And then issue 4 is on the directors and officers fiduciary insurance. I was at Alt 1 on this one. As I mentioned, I would include all of the fiduciary insurance fees in the test year revenue requirements. I do think this is a different type of issue. I don't think these dollars or a portion of these dollars are aimed at increasing the financial metrics or benefits of shareholders in any way. I think this is, I didn't find enough here to show that these are not utility operating costs. Chair Strand?
I agree. I think I found the same distinction you did between this issue and the previous one, and was comfortable supporting alternative 1 for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Same place, Alt 1. I thought this was a necessary expense for doing business and also provides a lot of risk mitigation. And so for those reasons, I was at Alt 1.
Thank you. That takes us to issue 5 on the industry association dues to be included in the revenue requirement. Here I was at alternative 1, authorizing the dues consistent with past commission practice for the upcoming 2026 and 2027 test year revenue requirements. I didn't find sufficient reason in the development of this record to make a change from the staff audit here, which did include certain association dues in the revenue requirement. Chair Strand?
I'm in the same position for the same reasons and appreciate the consistency in the staff's adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at Alt 1 as well, primarily for the reason of consistency. I do think there could be a little bit better of an explanation for some of them, and so in future rate cases, I think we can continue to ask for that direct customer benefit for some of these, just to, I think, get the information that we were actually asking for, and it's kind of been high level, and so just putting that out there as a hope for the future.
Thank you. And I would agree with that as well. Okay, great, thank you. All right, so issue 6 is the appropriate level of regular FTE for 2026 and 2027 test year revenue requirements. Here, I was at either alternative 2 or open to alternative 1 for a couple of reasons. As staff stated, the number of regular full-time employees has been very consistent from 2022 through May 2025. And in its audit, staff adjusted the regular FTEs for each utility based on forecasted and actual headcounts. So this process includes using the 3-year historical average for the vacancy rate. And the analysis resulted in an overall revenue requirement dollar decrease equivalent to 30 FTEs for the 2026 and 2027 test years. And again, this dollar decrease doesn't control how many people the company actually hires during the test year. This sets what is supposed to be a reasonable estimate for this line item in the revenue requirement. The utility is not strictly held to what we set in the audit adjustments. And these are our own estimates of dollars to include on a regulatory accounting basis into the amounts customers pay on their bills. But we do need to try to get as close as possible, together with financial parameters, to get an overall revenue requirement that gives the utility a reasonable opportunity to cover its actual expenses. I will note, on the other hand, that when the utility underspends on staffing, that does get baked into the historical data, and then that impacts future revenue requirements as part of the 3-year rolling historic average. If a utility overspends and hires more staff than what was budgeted, that also gets baked in and pushes that revenue requirement number up for the next rate case. So that is part of the rate-making process that does already contemplate adjustments. And I'm saying that to preview and highlight. That's why I don't really think escrows are necessary on this type of line item, because the process really does contemplate adjustments up and down. That said, I am supportive of adding dollars equivalent to the 7 positions, definitely that were requested in by the applicant, and I am potentially open to the full adjustment as well and interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say on this one. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I'll just start by talking about the fact that as a commission, we grappled with this issue in the previous rate case last year. And in that one, we were able to find a middle ground approach that would restore a reasonable portion of the positions that were removed through the staff adjustment without restoring all of them. And that reasonable middle ground is represented in alternative 3 here. And I think it's applicable here as well. I think the applicant and IBW did a good job of demonstrating that all of the budgeted union headcount positions are necessary to meet the growing demands that we know are occurring within this territory. So again, I think alt 3, where I would not accept the commission staff's reduction to represented employees, but what could accept the reduction of the non-representative positions. And again, I think it's a middle ground. It is reasonable. It's supported by evidence in the record, and it's consistent with our decision last year when we were struggling with the exact same issue. And again, it's not the full removal, but it's also not the full inclusion based on your comments that you made about carryover and baked into the revenue requirement, et cetera, going forward. I think also just in general, these types of employees provide a lot of value, especially on the safety side and the technical expertise side to utility operations, which not only help the utilities deliver things in a safe and efficient manner, but I think that also helps us in our furtherance of the safety aspect of the PSC mission. Again, especially as it relates to represented employees. So for those reasons, I'm at 3, that I would authorize the removal of the non-represented FTEs, but allow the represented headcount levels from the applicant's initial filing to be included. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Strand. And I noticed while you were mentioning that I used the wrong alternatives. As you could tell from my actual discussion, that I was between the Alt 2 on the 7 and Alt 3, which is the represented. So just a clarification. Commissioner Hawkins?
Somehow I heard it as alt 3 whenever. So I was, I think, similarly positioned to you, Commissioner Nieto. I was definitely supportive of the 7 positions being added back in. I thought there was a good description of that. And I did focus as well on that inherent sort of safety net of if they're off in one direction or another, that will roll into the next rate case. And so I was trying to think of incentives one way or another to drive towards a certain answer and found comfort in that. And I think we have a really solid process. So I'm fine joining at alternative 3 for that reason. I think there was sufficient justification for the change in the level, and then that safety net that we have in our process gives me comfort. So I'll join at alt 3.
Great. Alt 3 it is. Thank you. All right, so issue 7 is on the appropriate wage percentage increase amount that should be included into the revenue requirement. Here I am at alternative 1, accepting staff's wage increases to the inflation rates that are listed here. I'll note this issue pertains to non-represented employees and represented employees not currently under a collective bargaining agreement. As we'll discuss in our next issue, approximately 25% of represented employees are under a ratified collective bargaining contract that has been reported to the commission. So that means this issue pertains a little bit more narrowly to non-represented and approximately 75% of represented. In the past, the commission has held wage increases to the level of inflation for the test years. Here, I am supportive of maintaining that practice and sticking to those inflationary levels provided by commission staff. Chair Strand?
I am at alternative 1 here also, and appreciate your discussion of that item. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I'm at alternative 1 here as well. I think in light of what we decided on the previous issue, that's another important factor when we're thinking about this as a package. Also, some of the applicants' representation of, recent historical inflationary numbers kind of being a reason, I didn't find overly convincing given some of the trends that we've seen in the evidence. So I thought the regular approach here for the inflation numbers that staff referenced were the right way to go. So I'm at alt 1.
Great, thank you. And that brings us to 7A, and this is the wage increase on the ratified contract. And here I was at alternative 1, updating those wage increases to incorporate the terms of any completed union contracts. This is consistent with how we handled a similar issue in a previous MG&E rate case, and I found it reasonable to include this in the revenue requirement. Chair Strand?
Alt 1 for the same reasons, and I appreciate you being cognizant of that updated agreement that was executed later in the process, so thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Same place. I'm at alt 1 here.
All right. And it looks like we can move on to issue 10. We have a couple uncontested issues we won't discuss here. So this is on a reasonable adjustment to electric plant and service and QUIP for 2026 and 2027. On this particular adjustment, I was at alt 1, accepting staff's budget to actual adjustments here. This is also consistent with a previous case, in this case, the 4220 UR 126 decision, where the commission denied a requested adjustment that came in well after audit completion. This is a type of adjustment that is known. It's not a late-breaking news type of item, and it wasn't raised in time for the audit. I will give a heads up that because I'm at alt 1 on this issue here, on the next issue, I will be at alt 2. I would not return funds that were collected. I think the applicant raised at the hearing that selecting alt 1 on this issue and requiring the returning of funds is kind of a double hit on this same issue. I wouldn't support that. For those reasons, I'm at alt 1 here. Chair Strand?
I'm in the exact same place on 11 and 12 for the exact same reasons.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Same. If we can skip one, we can buy ourselves some time. Yeah, I was at alt 1
right.
for 11 and at alt, 1 for 10, 2 for 11, same place.
And 2 for 11. We can consider 11 resolved. All right, and then we'll skip to issue 14 in the decision matrix, going past a few uncontested items. This item is on AFUDC on 100% of QUIP at the weighted average cost of capital for CA and CPCN projects. Here, I'm at alt 2. I would authorize the applicant to accrue the AFUDC, and I would require that to take place 1 day after the date of service of the final decision. That would go through December 31, 2027, and that is consistent with how we've set up that timing date historically. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I spent way too much time on this one, and I will not bore any of anyone with all of my back and forth on this. Absolutely support your position at alternative 2 with the 1 day after the date of service for the associated project-specific CA or CPCN through that December 31st, 2027 deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I will bore everyone with my back and forth.
Oh, boy.
No, I'm just glad I wasn't alone in overthinking this, so appreciate that, Chair Strand. Yeah, I was originally at alt 1 on this, just given the pace of change and everything that we're seeing in the industry. This is something that I thought of that since we still would have the ability to review recoverability of any of those projects that would move forward pre-getting a final decision from the commission, that there is still that inherent safety net there. And so I was looking at this issue as one of those areas where we're always looking for how our processes can be changed and updated in light of how the industry is evolving. And I identified this as one of those possible areas. So that said, I understand why we have our historic process as well, and I think it's a good one. And our past practice is really sound. So I'm fine joining my colleagues there, but I think that this is hopefully an issue that I can continue to rack my my brain on and think about this a bit more, and so I'll join on Alt 2, but I do think that there's some merit in looking at this further.
Great, thank you. And thank you for sharing your thought process on that as well for future conversations. All right, I think at this point we will be able to move to issue 17, which is 2026 electric and natural gas conservation budget. Here I'm at Alt 1 approving the conservation budget, and that's with staff's proposed adjustment to the focus contribution. And there's no disagreement here. The only thing I would note is, again, this utility, as we recently discussed in a different discussion, has some highly effective conservation programs, and that is of note. Chair Strand?
I am also at Alt 1 and appreciate you bringing that up because I do think that's a very successful aspect of this, so thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I am at alternative 1 as well.
Great. Right, and then issue 18 is uncontested, so we can go to 19, which is 2027 electric and natural gas conservation budget. Here I'm at Alt 1 as well. Chair Strand?
Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you.
Same place for me.
Great, thank you. We're moving on to 25A now. Take a moment to scroll. All right, so 25A is, should the applicant be required to provide additional information in the next rate proceeding related to excess liability insurance premium increases? And unfortunately, the applicant is seeing increasing liability insurance expenses for 2025, and similarly here for 26 and 27. The primary drivers of the increase in premiums is increased wildfire risk and associated wildfire claims. The excess liability insurance expenses are not contested in this proceeding, but Commission staff suggested requiring the applicant to provide additional information in its next rate proceeding, identifying the steps the applicant has continued to take to limit the premium increases. So here I was at alternative 1, requiring the information. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I prefer alternative 2 here, but since alternative 1 is basically just a reporting requirement, I can join you there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at alternative 2 as well. I think the applicant will be doing everything, in its power to, keep its rates reasonable, as this is something that's sort of outside of their control to some degree. And so I thought that this reporting requirement was just a little unnecessarily burdensome on the applicant. And so that's where my head was at. I also think that this topic in particular is another one that's very present in the industry at large, and we've approved the applicant, spending on associations that will probably bring them good information and resources on this topic. And so for those reasons, I thought it was just going to be something the applicant would be working on without our reporting requirement. So I'm fine joining at Alt 1, but I do think we have an opportunity to sort of reduce the burden. And I was thinking about what we're going to do with that information anyhow, if and when we receive it, was another part of my thinking. So that's why I was at Alt 2, and I'll wait and see what my colleagues think about that.
Yeah, I'll just give a little bit more background to my thought on Alt 2. Thank you. I think that we're directing NSP to do something that they are already doing anyway and know that they should be doing it anyway, and it's something that we know that they're laser focused on, given their other jurisdictions and issues that they've had. I also think to Commissioner Hawkins' most recent point, that it would be challenging for us to determine if their actions regarding those insurance premiums are prudent and reasonable, even with the information included in the reporting requirements, if that was something that were to come before us. But if it's not, then what's the benefit of this? So again, not a huge fan of overburdensome or unnecessary reporting requirements. Absolutely trust that the applicant is doing the right thing here, but also, want to be considerate of Commissioner Nagel's positions on this as well. But I think in general, in terms of impact and moving the needle and directing something to happen that we're concerned about, this just doesn't rise to that level for me. So that's kind of my reasoning for being at Alt2.
Yeah, and I appreciate the discussion from both of you and the flexibility from both of you. Again, it's a kind of a reporting requirement and a little bit of a squishier item. Since you were both at alternative 2 on this one, I'll join you both there. Yeah, thank you. All right, so 27 is our next issue, and that is appropriate treatment for potential additional grant funding. On this one, I was at Alt3, do not authorize the deferral of grant dollars or associated project costs. Essentially, on this issue, staff initially proposed a deferral to a future rate proceeding. NSPW came back with information related to the match dollars it's required to provide in order to receive the grant funding, and that the grants do not cover the costs of the projects. And in light of that information, I found it reasonable not to require the deferral. Chair Strand?
Does that put you at Alt3?
That was Alt3.
Okay, I'm in the same spot. Thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Same spot for the same reasons.
All right, thank you. So we're going to issue 30 now.
I think 28 is contested, sorry.
Oh,
I mean,
thank you.
yeah, not really, but not, it doesn't say uncontested.
Oh, I over-scrolled. Okay, issue 28. On this one, I was at alternative 1, consistent with how we've treated impacts for the IIJA and IRA deferrals, and I thought this was appropriate. Alt1, Chair Strand?
Alt1, thank you, and I appreciate that this is referred to as HR1, its appropriate name.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No
And
comment
Commissioner
there.
Hawkins?
Leave that. I'm at alternative 1, and I appreciate staff's providing me the history on how these treatments applied to previous bills with similar potential implications. So thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, and now we are moving to issue 30. Issue 30 is the demand response study. I thought this was a really interesting issue. I was ultimately at alternative 3, which seems to have some consensus and agreement here. I will just note that as load and demand forecasts and utility costs across the country are increasing, it is imperative that utilities use every available tool in the toolbox to manage load and customer demand as effectively as possible using existing resources. And I thought this suggestion for a potential study was a great suggestion and a positive way to do that. I did appreciate the applicant's response to this suggestion and that this does add costs onto studies. So just to preview in the next issue, I would authorize a level of costs associated with performing this study. But here I'm at Alt3. I think this is the timeliest alternative we have available. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I'll just talk and then we can figure out. I was at a modified alternative 2 on this one, but again, we can have a discussion. Partially because I think that my modifications to Alt2 are a better representation or reflection of what the applicant is supportive of related to 2 or 3. So I would direct the applicant to include a Wisconsin-specific study in the system-wide study it prepares for its next IRP filing, with funding to be addressed in a later rate case. I think we know that they're already going to be doing this. It's asking for just that Wisconsin-specific portion to be developed within that next kind of filing. And then again, because the filing is, or because the development of the system-wide study is occurring, and because we would have a better idea of the cost of that later, and I'm hoping because it would be included in this that it could be less than. That was kind of my modification of Alt2, and again, I think it aligns with the applicant's position of completing a Wisconsin-specific study as part of their next load flexibility study it prepares. So again, I don't want to bog down our conversation with semantics, but that modified alternative 2, which I'm happy to restate again if it would help, is what I'm most comfortable with right now. And then because of that, we would not need to add the additional costs in the subsequent item related. So again, could be semantics, but also like just trying to clarify, to better represent what I think the applicant is most comfortable with based on their party position.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Strand. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I am at a different alternative to modified as well, and appreciate those thoughts on the reasoning from Chair Strand. I am in, I guess, a different place here. I think my modification would just direct the applicant to file their system-wide flexibility study with the commission, full stop. Nothing more, nothing Wisconsin-specific. A couple reasons there is that NSPW is part of the broader system. So for those benefits to flow through to Wisconsin ratepayers, you need to maximize the flexibility of its system as a whole. And so that's where I think the focus should be. And so I think getting more granular Wisconsin-specific information doesn't really get us anywhere. I also think that given the recent changes to third-party ARC participation, if the applicant doesn't pursue demand response programs on behalf of its customers, other players in the market will do that, and the applicant will lose out on the opportunity to be at the center of a positive customer experience. So I think there is a lot of inherent motivation to move the ball forward for the many great reasons these programs provide that you said so well, Commissioner Nieto. So for those reasons, I was at Alt 2, and I guess implied in that is it avoids the funding question altogether. This work is already ongoing. I was happy to learn that this work was being done, and I thought that we can get a lot of benefits from the existing work without any additional dollar spend for the reasons that I just laid out.
I think that's a positive alternative. I'm interested to hear what Chair Strand thinks. I think it combines some of the elements of avoiding the funding element in this particular case as well. But I think your points are well taken on whether or not that granularity is actually needed at this time. Chair Strand?
Yeah, I think I'm fine with Commissioner Hawkins' position for the reasons that he stated. I think he makes good points regarding ARCs and kind of the unnecessary lines of demarcation for Wisconsin-specific information, given the interconnectivity of the region, and the adjacency or contiguous nature of the applicant's service territory across state boundaries. So I'm absolutely comfortable with that, and I do like that, similar to mine, it kind of takes the cost component out as well. And I think this is a good way to get information that we know is already happening and that we already know is being filed in other regulatory jurisdictions and at the federal level, to just have it available within our process as well for review. So I'm okay with that if you guys are. Thank you for the good discussion on it.
Yeah, great. So we are at a modified Alt 2, file a system-wide study, full stop.
Nope, I just chopped everything. Nope. I just deleted everything after the word completion. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then that answers our question on 30A. And we would not be authorizing the additional budget amount there. We can move on to issue 32 at this point. So this is on requiring additional wildfire mitigation management reporting. Quite a bit of discussion on this in the record, and some modifications made at the party hearing. On this one, I was at Alt 2 approving the reporting order condition with modifications, and those would be the modifications essentially raised by the applicant in its party position, but it would be adding a dot point at the end saying the estimated Sadie, Safety, and Katie improvements for lines scheduled for vegetation management and tree trimming activity as part of the wildfire mitigation plan. Chair Strand?
I was actually at alternative 3 on this one. I thought that the applicant was on the record in a very significant way explaining their wildfire mitigation plans and the investments that they are already undertaking and are willing to undertake to mitigate the risk. As we've kind of discussed, we know that this is an important issue to them and that they're focused on it and doing a lot to mitigate risk. I also, again, I'm a little unclear on how any of these reports would provide added value or benefit to the initiatives and activities that they are undertaking or will undertake. I'm confident that they are genuinely focused on this and determined to reduce wildfire risk, because reducing that risk benefits everyone, including them. So I didn't think it was necessary to order this here. But I'm curious to hear what Commissioner Hawkins has to say, and just, if we're going to have a discussion again in our various paths to the same places.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I'm going to go from memory. We're having some IT issues over here at table 3. So I think I understand what Chair Strand was just saying. I was originally at alternative 1, as I thought that was the least burdensome reporting requirement. And so I think there is a good reason to have, I believe the original reporting was just focused on the 15 feeders, and that's where the bulk of the expense, or that's where all the expenses on this item. And I thought getting a really clear understanding of the bang for the buck that ratepayers are getting from these investments is a worthwhile undertaking. I'm interested, Commissioner Nieto, in what you said the modifications were for Alt 2. It was my understanding that Alt 2 included some of the modifications that the applicant was opposed to as being too broad for all lines, but maybe that's what you were explaining, that it's only part of the proposed modifications. So I could be open to that as well, but I did think it was important to get the baseline level of reporting and try to strike that balance and not make it too much information or information that we won't be able to do anything with. So that's why I was at alternative 1, which I think is our first issue of the day, where we're all 3 in a different position. So
Solidly different
good luck
alternative.
cleaning that up. Yes.
So both of your comments help there. I saw this reporting item, I should mention, as a necessary check, I guess, against the expenses, to your point, because of some of the discussion of the budget. And one thing I didn't mention when discussing this one is it ties into what I will discuss in a later issue. I think there is some question up for discussion around escrow, true-ups regarding this budget. And my particular position on that is we're setting a fair budget here. And I think this is an additional check in support of that budget that we would be setting. So it ties in a little bit into my position in that one. With regard to your question, Commissioner Hawkins, my modification under Alt 2 would be to add in that additional item that, yes, initially the applicant had flagged as being overly broad, as you said, but then I would take that and I would narrow it down to the wording provided, which is the estimated SADI, SAFE, and KD improvements, 4 lines scheduled for vegetation management and tree trimming activity as part of the wildfire mitigation plan, which is a narrowing of that initial all lines suggestion that had come in, and it was a narrowing that everybody seemed amenable to. I'll come full circle, Chair Strand.
I'm going to stay on 3, but happy for you guys to keep discussing.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
And I will join you at the modified Alt 2 and appreciate that additional explainer that I probably should have understood in the first place, but I thought the additional detail is exactly what I needed to feel comfortable with that. So I'll join you at Alt 2.
Thank you. And you did lose everything in IT issues right in the middle of that, so there you go. All right. 33 is the follow-on issue. Should the applicant credit back to customers unspent funds in tree trimming and wildfire risk mitigation budgets? I was comfortable at Alt 3 not requiring the applicant to credit back the unspent funds. Again, I think we are setting a budget here. It has been audited. And there are budget variances up and down that happen throughout test years as actual expenses are incurred, and that's part of the process. And I don't think this is a volatile item like the ones that we would usually tee up for an escrow. Therefore, I was at Alt 3. Chair Strand?
Strongly support Alt 3 for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I was at alternative 3 here as well. I think this is another area where the budget to actuals adjustments is a sort of inherent safety net, and so we don't really need this potential true-up tool in addition to that, I think. I think for that reason, I was at Alt 3.
Thank you. All right, and moving on, we will go next to issue 38. So issue 38, we're now into fuels. And this is on staff's proposed adjustment of MISO capacity sales revenue to the applicant's monitored fuel costs. Here, I was at alternative 1, accepting staff's proposed modified adjustment, which includes a reduction or consideration for the MISO software coding error. Chair Strand?
Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at Alt 1, and the word MISO is in the issue, so I have additional thoughts to offer as well. I thought that the stat adjustment that we are all supporting, it sounds like, was a very conservative adjustment. So that was the reason why I did not support the applicant's sort of arbitrary 50% cut to that. The request that was made by the applicant I didn't think was justified. And I found that the staff adjustment was already a fairly conservative one. That said, I really agree with the applicant's suggestion, witness McRae, to investigate a better solution to the treatment of capacity sales and purchases, specifically pursuing escrow treatment as suggested by witness McRae. I think this is an area where the likelihood of significant revenue from capacity sales has increased, and it will make it administratively easier to ensure that customers are able to receive the full value of the resources that they have paid for and offset other costs. And so right now, those benefits can get caught up in the 2% fuel adjustment bandwidth, and I don't think that is a reasonable outcome. The fixed costs paying for capacity are very different than the variable consumable costs that the fuel rules are meant to be capturing. And so I think there might even be a way to do this within the existing fuel rules. My read is that capacity sales or opportunity sales refer to contracted sales for capacity, and selling capacity in the MISO market isn't signing a contract. There is a binding financial outcome, but the fuel rules speak to contracted capacity sales. So I really appreciated the applicant clearly explaining the upside. It's where my mind was, and when I read it, it made me feel like I wasn't crazy and optimistic for no reason. So I'm fine supporting Alt 1 for now, but I think there is a huge customer benefit to changing the way that we currently do this.
Thank you for that. That's really helpful as we move forward, and interesting that there could potentially be a possibility within the existing rules. All right. Our next issue will be issue 42, and that is the start of the financial parameter issues. So issue 42 will essentially be made based on the sub-issues that we discuss subsequently here. So we will go into 42A to begin. And this is short-term interest rate. I was at Alt 2 on this one. Chair Strand?
Alt 2, thank you.
And Commissioner Hawkins?
Alt 2 for me as well.
Alt 2. And then 42B, we're looking at interest rate for long-term borrowing. I was at Alt 2 on this one as well. Chairperson Strand?
Alt 2, thank you.
And Commissioner Hawkins?
Alt 2 for me.
All right, thank you. Then we're going to 42D. D, which I think we can skip over for now because we do have a request for a modification on the regulatory capital structure, and our decision on that request will allow us to circle back to the financial capital structure after that, and it'll flow through essentially in the reverse direction. So let's see here. On 42E, this is the reasonable capital structure for regulatory rate making in this docket. Again, as I said at the outset of this discussion, I did come into the discussion at essentially a no change from current financial parameters position. So that's the 9.8 on the ROE and the 52.5% on the common equity for the 2026 and 2027 test years. I'm still comfortable at that position based on the revenue requirement discussion that we have. Again, subject to running the final numbers during our break and looking at the total revenue requirement impact of the decisions we've made so far. Just a couple of notes. I will note that the 100 basis point increase requested to the equity layer does have a cost associated with it, approximately $3 million per year. And then there is what I found to be substantial evidence that a resulting decrease in the cost of debt wouldn't necessarily offset the full amount of that expense. I do think 52.5% common equity is still a strong and relatively equity-rich capital structure, along with a strong ROE. I would keep that ROE at 9.8. That's 10 basis points above staff's. And that also comes at an additional annual cost. So there's a balancing there as well, and that equity layer and ROE are tied together around risk as well in certain regards. And then I'll just note that I found staff's estimates to be useful, as were all of the modeling results provided in this record. They did allow me to benchmark against the ultimate result I came to in light of the overall revenue requirement outcome here. And I am very interested in hearing where my colleagues are at on this in light of revenue requirement as well. Chair Strand?
Thank you, and thank you for describing the impacts and your approach. Just very quickly, when I approach these issues, I take, for determining capital structure, I think ROE and these equity layer decisions are interrelated, as we've talked about in the past. We had a lot of good evidence here, testimony, analysis, et cetera, that contain differing viewpoints to help us, produce a reasonable range of options, and then it's up to us to kind of weigh and balance which factors are most important to us, especially as it relates to the needs of the utility versus the customers, and ensuring that they're protected from excessive profits and costs. I think it's important for us, as we have been, to continue to reach fair and constructive outcomes that strike that appropriate balance and follow kind of the spirit of consistency, gradualism, not having this like whiplash or spikes in either direction. I think that, again, it's really important to try to find that balance between this capital structure, the ROE, and then some of these other tools, which I'm excited to talk about, and subsequent issues like the earnings sharing mechanism. But overall, I am comfortable maintaining an ROE of 9.8. I think, we had some options between the 52.5 current equity layer and the 53.5 requested equity layer. Initially I was considering or looking into splitting the difference and looking at 53, but I did found information in the record that from the applicant that discussed the fact that it didn't actually get them to where they needed to go in terms of rating increases, I believe. So not sure that impact increase is necessary, given what the record said on that front in terms of what it would mean to the applicant. So comfortable joining you at maintaining that 52.5. Again, I think that ESM is an important tool or component of this, and I'm not trying to force you to talk about a different, subsequent issue too early, but my positions on ROE and the equity layer are with the expectation that an ESM is maintained, and then, we can discuss that when we get there. But I think that's an important component that's in place now that we should continue to have in place.
Thank you, Chairperson Strand, and that's a really good point on the ESM, and that is tied in with these as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you both for explaining your thinking there. I was at the same place, remaining at 52.50, and I thought there was a lot of good analysis and evidence in the record as to different competing, arguments for where this should go. I thought in the end, the record just demonstrated how the financial metrics of the applicant have led to the current rating, and then the evidence did not support any benefit to customers by pursuing that increase to the rating. So, and Commissioner Nieto, I think you explained that well. There was a lot of good analysis of the cost to doing so, and I found that very helpful. And Chair Strand's point was also well taken. I was thinking about sort of the middle ground for a little bit as well, but if we're finding that cost benefit isn't really there in the first place, going partway, I don't think really gets us anything. So, yeah, for those reasons, I'm happy at the 52.5, and I agree that we need to be thinking about all three of these things together as well. So I appreciate that getting brought up, the ESM in addition to the ROE. And I was also at 9.8. I guess I haven't said that yet. So I was planning to stay at the status quo for ROE as well.
Great, thank you. And we can, again, this is all a package together as you're both expressing. We can discuss ESM right now. I appreciate both of your comments, and will say, Chair Strand, I'm comfortable joining at continuing the current ESM, and I do also see the tie-in between what we're deciding on all of these other elements and then at what threshold an ESM should kick in. Commissioner Hawkins, would you like to jump in on ESM at this point as well?
Yeah, I'm fine with maintaining the current. I'm not sure if that's what my notes say, but hearing all of the conversation, I think I'm comfortable with that, understanding where we're all at for the overall balance of these three.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm just looking back now at the financial capital structure, and this is one that we can confirm after the break. This is something that we will likely need to run through the utilities models and software, just like all of the final rates numbers, and we'll have the exact numbers in our order. We can come up with an approximation here during the break. I believe that going with the 52.5 regulatory equity, then we would be at approximately 52.47 on the financial equity, but we can confirm that after the break. And just to confirm, is everybody comfortable then on the 9.8 ROE as we've all discussed?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and then moving along to issue 44, should the applicant be allowed to recover costs attributed to embedded financing of long-term debt in test years when the costs are not incurred? This is a first step, essentially supporting information reporting requirement type item. I was supportive of either alternative one or a modified alternative one. There was a suggestion made by the applicant here, I believe, to more accurately capture the issue symmetrically, and I'd be open to that as well. Chair Strand?
I was at alternative one, mostly because it was consistent with our past decisions, and again, where appropriate, I think it's important to be consistent. I do see that like you said, the applicant had a slight modification, but I thought that that put them at alt two. But either way, I think for cleanest and easiest, I would be at alt one. But curious to hear from Commissioner Hawkins and happy to have a continued discussion if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was at alternative one here. I understand the applicant's point on the likelihood of the over versus under collecting, and I think we will be able to understand that with alt one as it is today as well, without having to modify it. And so, just to differentiate this from our other reporting requirements that we've discussed, this is something I think will actually be able to act on, and it'll be very usable. So I'm happy to support this one. So that's why I was at alt one.
Great. Alt one sounds good, and good point on the consistency as well. And that brings us to issue 46, which is the earnings sharing mechanism. I believe we've all discussed that we are at alt one, continuing the authorized ESM, just to verify with my colleagues that that's correct.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And then we have the weighted average cost of capital in issue 47. That is going to need to be updated to reflect changes that we made to the capital structure as compared to staff's audit. So we can come back with those estimates following the break as well. And with that, we are arriving at electric rate issues. So I believe now would be a good time to do the break and the calculations.
Yes, thank you so much for taking us up to this point. We are going to take a break, at least an hour break, to allow staff to update those revenue requirements and calculations based on the preceding votes. So that means that we would be back to restart the meeting at 1:45 or restart the discussion at 1:45. If we need more time, just let us know. But for now, we'll take an hour break and see everyone back here at 1:45. Thank you. Okay, we are going to come back, and just to recap, before our break, we finished up to issue 47, the finance issues in our decision matrix, and took a break so our staff could recalculate some numbers based on the preceding decisions that were made in issues 1 through 48. I will turn it back over to Commissioner Nieto, who's leading our discussion today, and I think she will give some updated answers based on the numbers that we received from the break, and then we will continue through the DM, starting back with issue 48.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Strand. So to recap on those issues, we had put a pin in. 42D was the financial capital structure as it relates to the equity layer. And that number did turn out to be 52.47%. And then returning to issue 47, that was the weighted average cost of capital, and that ended up calculating out to 7.54% for 2026, 7.56% for 2027. And to recap where we are in terms of the overall revenue requirement percentage increase, at the beginning of the discussion, we had discussed that the request on the electric for 2026 was around 12% higher than current electric rates. The overall electric increase compared to current now is 8.8% over current. And then 2026 requested gas, 13.39%. Where we stand right now in our discussion, gas is at 11.6%. And then for 2027, these are cumulative, not incremental percentages, but we had discussed that the requested electric was at 19.24%. Electric currently sits at 16%, and that is again compared to current. And then gas was 14.92, now it is 13.57. So I'm going to pause here to see if there is anything my colleagues would like to circle back on regarding the first half of our discussion before we move into the rates section.
I'm good, but thank you for the update and for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I'm good as well. Thanks to staff for walking me through my confusion already. So
Okay.
I'm good though.
Thank you. All right. So we are now in the decision matrix on issue 48. This is electric cost of service for 2026 test year. Here I was at Alt 2, do not adopt a specific cost of service model, rely on multiple models. There is some really good discussion in this record on the merits of specific cost of service studies. The applicant did prepare the 5 cost of service study models. Those are representative of the cost of service study approaches preferred by the intervening parties, and they are intended to present a range of reasonable cost of service studies for our consideration. We do regularly consider all reasonable cost of service studies of record in allocating the revenue requirement to customer classes. Chair Strand?
Alt 2 for the same reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at alternative 2 as well.
Thank you. All right, and then same question, but for the year 2027, and I was also at Alt 2. Chair Strand?
Alt 2, thank you.
Thanks.
Same spot.
All right. 50 is electric revenue allocation. This is for the 2026 test year. I was at Alt 2, approving the revenue allocation proposed by commission staff, adjusted for the final revenue requirement. I will say this applies to our next few issues that we have coming up. It was nice, from my perspective, to see in the end parties generally showing support around staff's revenue allocation and rate designs. I think that made this portion of the record easier to arrive at decisions on. And it showed also how staff does a good job balancing and threading the needle and taking various perspectives, considerations, and methodologies into account. So I appreciated the parties ultimately coming to that area of support as well. And I thought it was another good example of collaboration that we've had in this proceeding. I will say there was a note on this issue about how any decrease in revenue requirement will be allocated. That's not an explicit decision point for us on the electric like it is for gas. What we have typically done in the past is allocate final revenue requirement adjustments on a class prorated or proportionate basis, and that's based on our preferred revenue allocation. So that's what I would assume we're doing here unless somebody raises anything different. With that, I'm at Alt 2.
Thank you. I'm also at Alt 2. And like you said, I appreciated the eventual coalescence around staff's recommendations. And I am very comfortable and shared your assumption regarding the allocation.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was in the same spot at Alt 2. I did appreciate seeing everyone sort of recognizing the reasonableness of where we were ending up with the staff recommendation, and so I was encouraged by that. I am also interested in maybe some of the allocations that we know are just not true or not being reasonable. Why are we keeping them in the mix if they're there? And so I think if we're always pursuing closer allocations to cost causation, we could spend more effort focusing on that if we get rid of some of the allocations that are never entertained. And so we could kind of hone in on those that are more reasonable. And so just something that I've been thinking about, but I am all good with Alt 2.
Thanks for that perspective, too. On issue 51, that is revenue allocation for the 27 test year, and there I was at Alt 2. Chair Strand?
2 also, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at Alternative 2 as well.
All right. And 52 is electric rate design, and this is for 26. I was at Alt 2 on this one.
Alt 2, thank you.
Alt 2 as well.
All right, and then 52A, we have a question about an increase for the electric residential customer charge. I was at Alternative 2 on this one. The initial proposal was to bring the customer charge for single-phase customers up from $15 to $17 in 2026, and then keep it steady in 27. Staff proposed to bring it up to 16 in 26, then 17 in 27 to spread it out over 2 years. And that proposal was generally supported by the applicant and CUB. It is not supported by Renew. Overall, I found justification for Alt 2. Chair Strand?
I found justification for Alt 2 as well. Just what you said, and just the fact that the staff charges, or recommendations for charges appropriately consider the balance and the range of the cost of service study results that we're talking about, the basic customer cost method, and probably most importantly, the principle of gradualism, like you said. So Alt 2 for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I had the same read. Got me to Alt 2 as well.
Great. Thank you. And 52B is an appropriate level for energy charge credits per kWh. I was at Alt 2 on this one, which would keep it consistent with the rate design from Commission staff and the revenue allocation as well for 26 and 27. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I appreciated WIG's position in Alt 1, or that was aligned with Alt 1 because of the good point they made about adjusting the credit in consideration of the increase in the energy charge. But for consistency purposes and the other things you mentioned, I think Alternative 2 is the safer bet. So I'll join you there for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Similar story here. I got to Alt 2, and I think that was the right way to go. And yeah.
Thank you. All right, 53 is electric rate design for 27. I'm at Alt 2 here. Chair Strand?
Alt 2, thank you.
Thanks.
Same spot for me.
Thank you. And 54 is it appropriate to close and cancel residential EV programs? I was at Alt 1 here approving the proposal to close and cancel those 2 programs. I would say In the record, of course, the applicant cited a number of reasons for why they proposed closing these programs, including few customers interested in the programs, low enrollment, problems working with vendors, and some billing and data issues. In general, I'm interested in hearing my colleagues' positions on this matter as well. In my own review, I didn't see a reason why we would require the applicant to keep these programs open, and I generally agreed with the applicant on just some of the timing discussion that came up in the hearing. It might not be appropriate or efficient to force timing on a new pilot right now. The applicant does have a lot going on around its AMI meter deployment, associated billing updates, and rate design, and I don't feel certain about coming in right in the middle of those changes and forcing in a change on these programs that the applicant did come in voluntarily and early to us with previously. For all those reasons, I did end up at Alt 1 here. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I am also at Alt 1. While I still have not fully recovered from my, I think, second or third official commission meeting in the spring of 2023, where we, among other things, took up all of these NSPW programs, and one of our former analysts had to make us a cheat chart to try to keep all the parameters from each one straight. I think NSP is absolutely committed to EV programs. I think they put a lot of thought into these designs, and they're just not working the way that I think maybe that we all hoped they would. And so I think it's appropriate to allow the closure and cancellation. I saw sufficient justification in the record that was reasonable to do, especially given the low participation rates and just therefore like the lack of cost effectiveness in these right now. I agree that I think it would be premature to modify or to force them to stay open. It would be premature to modify, and I think it's unnecessary and probably problematic to force them to stay open. Like you said, they're finalizing the AMI metering. I think they will be able to have better and additional data then that can help inform future design of EV-related programs. And again, I think the applicant is interested and committed in these, and rather than us kind of coming in and trying to specify, I think we should let them gather more information and develop new offerings that are hopefully more attractive to customers than some of these were. But I absolutely trust their willingness and interest in doing that. So for those reasons, Alt 1. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I am at a similar place. I'm at Alt 1 for the same reasons that the two of you have explained, and just I'm hopeful with some of these changes that we're anticipating that they'll address. We've already seen an increased spikiness in the residential sales projections, and I'm worried that uncontrolled charging of EVs with no program will continue to lead to that, which will just lead to higher allocations to the residential class going forward. So I think there should be some urgency that the discussion and the commitment by the applicant to investigate this as part of a TOU, analysis once the AMI deployment is complete, I think is really critical. There's a significant number of EVs in the territory. It's trending up. And if we're seeing the spikiness of the residential class follow along with that, I think that needs to be, addressed sooner than later to help make sure that there's just not a continual growing of allocation to that class because of the uncontrolled EV charging. So that said, I appreciate the applicant's commitment to continue the advisory services. That was something that I thought was critical to approval of removing these programs. And I was a little surprised that we didn't see a representation of the survey feedback that we saw with some of the other utilities. The commission ordered surveying and tracking of the customer experience in these programs. And in this application, we just saw the utility perspective of these programs. And so I was a little surprised we didn't get any of that insight into how customers were experiencing the shortcomings of these programs. That said, I don't think we have enough to design something better, and forcing something is not appropriate. So that is why I was at Alt 1.
Thank you. On 57, proposed updates to Renewable Connect VRE2 program. Here, I was at Alt 1, allowing the closure of the 5-year contract pricing and the movement of those customers to month-to-month contracts. Again, another tariff change based on current circumstances, and the support from staff helped me with this one as well. I'm at alternative 1. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I am also at alternative 1 for issue 57, but I believe we skipped issue 56, maybe, sorry.
Thank you. We did.
Oh, and, no, I think we just did, 55 too, right? We did 54. So we gotta do
Yeah.
55.
We're back at 55.
Perfect, thank you.
I eagerly over-scrolled again. There's a lot of scrolling going on
Again,
here.
it's hard to keep all these programs straight.
It is, yeah, okay. Well, you know where I'm at when we get there.
Thank you for forecasting.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so thank you. We just finished up 54, going into issue 55 here. I was at alternative 1, approving the closure and cancellation of these programs as well. Chair Strand?
Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at alternative 1 as well, and I was encouraged to see that part of the EVC, or which one is actually staying along, the EVP 1 closing will be ported over to the other commercial, the one that's staying, the EVC 1. Part of the multifamily aspect and the advisory services will still exist, and so that gave me comfort that we can do away with the multifamily program. So I was happy to see that discussed when proposing to close this one.
Same. Thank you. All right, and then issue 56 is on the EVC 1, whether it's appropriate to approve the modification. I was at Alt 1. I found this appropriate. There appears to be a successful uptake in this program, but the optional charger service is not popular, and the applicant is requesting to remove this. Parties and staff are aligned with this move as well. Chair Strand.
Thank you. I was also at Alt 1. Like you said, I think this basically uncontested. And to me, this was an example of learning about the program and what's working and what's not, and then coming forward with a modification that makes sense based on what you've learned. And so when applicants are doing that, I think we should be open and supportive. Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at Alt 1 as well, and this was another one where we heard from the applicant why they thought it wasn't working, but we didn't get that insight into the customer experience, which we've seen with some of the other utilities as to why it's not working. So that said, I'm fine with this one, Alt 1.
Alt 1, all right. 57 is the VRE2, and I was at alternative 1 here. Chair Strand?
Same, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Same, Alt 1.
Thank you. All right, 57A, this is which docket should be used, kind of an administrative question here. I was most convinced by alternative 2, simply because I think these TE dockets have routinely been used for filing these routine type updates, and it's a little bit harder to find updates like this in a rate case docket. That said, it's simply a filing question here. Chair Strand?
I'm really excited that you were at Alt 2 on this one, because I totally agree that it's just cleaner and appropriate to make these routine changes in a TE docket. So Alt 2, thank you.
All right. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Same spot. I got to appreciate the upside of this and going back and forth and trying to understand what it is we were even talking about here. So I'm very supportive of Alt 2.
All right, thank you. 58 is on reconnection charges. So I'm at Alt 2, leave the reconnection charge at the current level and examine the disparities between physical and remote reconnection charges during the next rate proceeding. I will note I think language in the DM is being carried through from language being used throughout the proceeding, as that's how DMs are developed. But we don't necessarily do disconnection charges in Wisconsin. Just putting that out there for anyone following along who thinks there might be a charge to be disconnected or to request a disconnection. That's not what our tariffs have. Our tariffs have reconnection charges. And yes, remote disconnects and reconnects are changing some of the costs around these things, and I found level or alternative 2 to be appropriate here. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I'm also at alternative 2, and I appreciate the clarification and information provided by you about disconnection.
Thank
It's
you.
important. Thank you.
And Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at alternative 2 as well, and with the additional information and our knowledge of the timeline for the AMI rollout, I think it will be timely to investigate this, pretty soon, because if leaving the existing charges in place might mean that we're like 5 times the actual cost of the reconnection, given that all customers will be on AMI. And so I think there's some urgency there, but that said, we don't have enough information based on the fact that it's not complete just yet. So that's why I was at Alt 2.
Great. Thank you. Good point as well. And then 59 is on the NSF charge. There are some pretty low NSF financial institution fees here. In general, I was at a modified Alt 1, so that is calculating the NSF charge by adding the administrative cost to the average of the range of financial institution fees. And I would modify that to go with the applicant's alternative, just simply because usually in tariffs, when we're dealing with these other charges like reconnection, NSF, they're whole dollar numbers. They're not like $6.86. So I thought $7 was the right amount. Chair Strand?
I am in total agreement and also was comfortable with the $7 suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I will join you both there at the modified 1.
Great, thank you. And then 60, should the applicant be required to conduct a new law study? Here I was at alternative 1. The WIG witness points out that the current study is 35 years old and based on 40-year-old data, and points out the many changes in the past 35 years to the system and technology. The applicant doesn't object to a study, and that brought me to Alt 1. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I am also at Alt 1. I think Alt 1 is consistent with our decision in the rate case last year, where we directed another applicant to conduct a comprehensive law study as part of its next rate proceeding. As both of you have pointed out, I think with the AMI metering coming into place soon, now is probably a good time to conduct a new law study based on the data that can be gathered from those deployments. And I like that the decision point has some flexibility built into the directive regarding the timing of the data becoming available, and the reporting on methodologies versus studies based on when these things are ready for the full study to happen. So I appreciate that there is flexibility there. And I think, again, Alt 1 covers all the things that I would like to see on this topic. So I was good with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good points. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I was in the same place at Alt 1. I agree that it'll be useful to talk methodologies, just given the timeline, since these have been reviewed, that the new information that will be available through AMI and the opportunity to have maybe a bigger discussion on the methodology would be very useful. And I was happy to see a flexible approach here that there was some agreement on.
Great, thank you. And then 61 is regarding more frequent adjustments to the contracted demand in the RTP program. Here I was at Alt 1 and again noted broad agreement and that the applicant has been working with WIG on this issue. Chair Strand?
I am also at Alt 1, thank you, and appreciate that the applicant has committed to work with WIG and whoever else wants to work with them on this issue. So good job. Thank you. Cooperation.
And Commissioner Hawkins?
Don't really know just yet. I had an IT mishap. We'll see. I was at Alt 2 here because it was my understanding that this was already happening, and the applicant had indicated that they're willing to continue working with WIG. So I saw this as an area where we didn't have to actually direct the applicant to do this. I'm indifferent, but it was one of those things where if they're already committed to doing it, I don't think we need to further spell that out. So I was anticipating being in alignment with the chair on this one.
The chair is at that place for those reasons on a upcoming item. And I would have been fine with 2, but I honestly, as you know, I do not like requiring things that are already being agreed to or are already being undertaken. But I don't think that it's problematic to do it here.
All right.
But,
Alt 1.
okay.
All right. Sounds good. Now we have a preview. We'll see.
Yeah. Don't ask me which issue it is.
Yeah, well, there will be an issue though. So 62, this is on the DG hosting capacity map. On this one, I was at Alt 2, not directing the applicant to do this. I will say the applicant has done this in Minnesota based on a statutory requirement. I don't know that I necessarily agree with the arguments in this case that requiring something like this or embarking on something like this would require rulemaking necessarily. My decision is more based on thoughts around trying to find some statewide consistency and a little bit more direction related to this overall proposal that's being brought up here in this instance again. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I was also at Alt 2. I just didn't see enough information here to persuade me that ordering this is necessary or directing this is necessary. I appreciate your comments on the rulemaking because I didn't see a ton of clear information about that part either, but it was something that I was paying attention to just given what we know about rulemaking right now. I do think that if we want to encourage Renew and the applicant to work together to see if they can reach compromise or agreement on this issue could just happen without us directing it right now, or we could, something we could look at going forward in the future. But I was at Alt 2 for those reasons.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
And I was at Alternative 2 as well. I thought, and learning about the information that was already provided was a big piece of it for me. The system constraint info that's already made available, I think gets a long way towards the end goal already without all of the additional work that this would require. So that's why I was at Alt 2.
Thank you. And then 63, we have distribution extension allowances for 26 and 27. I was at Alt 1 adopting those allowances as proposed, and those take into account staff's proposed revenue requirement. And I'll just note, we don't usually have to do any adjustments to this based on our adjusted revenue requirement. It shakes out to be close enough on how these allowances calculate out. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I was also at Alt 1. It's largely uncontested, and these extension allowances being updated in rate case proceedings, I think that's an important and necessary step that happens. So Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I thought you were at Alt 2, Commissioner Nieto.
I am at Alt 1.
Alt 1, okay.
Adopting the applicant's proposed.
Okay. I will join you both at Alternative 1.
Thank you. All right. 64 is non-firm demand and cost allocation. Here I'm at Alt 1. And noted agreement from the applicant regarding evaluating this issue more and working with staff and interveners to address it prior to the next rate case. I am trying to guess if this is going to be the chair's issue, so we will see.
Not the one I forecasted,
All right.
but I am at Alt 2 on this one, or I could modify Alt 1. I appreciate the suggestion, and I appreciate, by Cobb, and I appreciate the willingness of the applicant to engage in this, but this is not a new thing for me to be sounding the alarm about, but due to our staff's already extremely heavy workload, I worry about committing them specifically to these efforts, as Alt 1 does. I think the applicant and Cobb are more than welcome to undertake this. If staff can help or assist with certain aspects, I would be okay with that, but I do not want to direct that to occur. So I guess that modified position would be Alt 1, but modified to direct the applicant and interveners to address the issue without specifically directing staff to participate in that. Again, nothing against the issue, the parties, any of those. It's just at some point we have to stop overextending ourselves. So that's why I'm where I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I think I can support what the chair was after there. That makes sense to me. I do think this is a really important issue, and the way that load management is treated in the cost of service studies today concerns me. And we would, I think, all benefit from a more in-depth analysis of the topic if if we're not capturing the benefits of that load management program, we could be shortchanging some of those system benefits that we know exist in load management programs. And I'm afraid we might be artificially constraining who those benefits flow to in the way that we currently do that. So I am really hopeful that the applicant and other parties working together on this could get to the bottom of that. And whether or not staff is involved, I'm indifferent to. I think CUB accurately represented some of the main concerns there, and I share those. So I could join at a modified Alt 1.
Thank you, and I can join at that modification as well, modifying Alt 1 and removing commission staff from the list.
Great.
Right.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, we are at issue 65. This is on the DERMS implementation, and this is more on collaboration. The company plans to collaborate with stakeholders with or without an order point here. On this one, it's purely the collaboration. I was open to Alt 1 or 2. Chair Strand?
I think this is my forecast issue. I don't think that the order point is necessary because the applicant has demonstrated its willingness to work with stakeholders. And I would encourage that constructive collaboration and outreach to continue, but I don't think we need to establish an order condition directing this. So I was at 2 for this one, but see what Commissioner Hawkins has to say.
I was at 2, and I will observe you were much more like yourself on this one.
Consistent?
Yes.
All right, and I will join with you both on Alt 2 there.
Thank you.
Which I believe brings us to gas rate issues, issue 66. This is cost of service study 2026. And consistent with our discussion on the electric side, I'm at Alt 2 here. Chair Strand?
Alt 2, thank you.
Thank you.
And
Commissioner
same-
Hawkins?
Same for me.
Same. All right, 2027, cost of service study, issue 67. I'm at Alt 2.
Alt 2, thank you.
Thank you.
2 here as well.
Thank you. And then that brings us to issue 68, 2026 natural gas revenue allocation. I am at Alt 2.
Alt 2, thank you.
Thank you.
Alt 2 for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 69, 2027 natural gas revenue allocation, Alt 2.
Alt 2, thank you.
Thank you.
2 for me as well.
70, and this is the explicit ask of how should changes to the 2026 revenue requirement be allocated among customer classes. And here I'm at Alt 2, which is consistent with what we do on the electric side. And I will say it might just be kind of difference in terms being used here, but this does involve making those pro rata adjustments or proportional adjustments. Alt 2. Chair Strand?
Alt 2, proportional to authorized allocation.
Yes.
Okay, yep. I'm there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Yes, I'm at Alt 2 as well, and verified that it did in fact mean what you just explained. It wasn't super clear to me, and also appreciate you earlier on the electric side explaining that this wasn't present in the electric rates, even though I looked for it for a very long time in this document. So the mystery was solved earlier today.
All right. And then that brings us to 71. This is the same question on the 2027 test year, Alt 2. Chair Strand?
Alt 2, thank you.
Thank you.
Alt 2 for me as well.
Thank you. And issue 72, 2026 natural gas rate design, Alt 2.
Alt 2, thank you.
Which one are we on?
72.
All right, I had a glitch happen.
Yep.
Alt 2 as well.
Alt 2. Okay, thank you.
Microsoft is not my friend today. I'm sorry, everyone.
These are large documents.
It's really struggling.
72A, this is natural gas residential customer charges, consistent with some of our discussion on the electric side. I was at Alt 2 here. Chair Strand?
Alt 2, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Alt 2 for me as well.
Thank you. And 72B, commercial customer charges, Alt 2. Chair Strand?
Alt 2, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Same here.
Thank you. 73, 2027 natural gas rate design, I'm at Alt 2. Chair Strand?
Alt 2, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Alt 2.
Thanks. 73A, appropriate increase for residential customer charges. I am at Alt 2 on this one.
Alt 2, thank you.
Thank you.
2 for me as well.
Thank you. 73B, this is commercial customer charges, Alt 2.
Alt 2, thank you.
2 here.
74 is uncontested. 74A, I am at Alt 1 here, and just noting the broad agreement as well. Chair Strand?
Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Alt 1 for me as well.
Thank you. 75 uncontested. 76 is on the applicant's proposed residential arrears assistance program pilot. I was at alternative 1 here. I will note that this program design appears to be slightly novel, perhaps compared to other program designs that we've seen, but really in reviewing this, I found overall that this is very similar to what our existing AMPs do. It's a one-time AMP instead of a monthly AMP in essence, and I think this fits exactly with the Commission's history of establishing AMPs. Therefore, I'm at Alt 1. Chair Strand?
I'm at Alt 1 as well on this one, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I'm at Alt 1 as well, and I'll just sort of piggyback on your comments on the differences. I do think this is pretty different. I'm worried about the lack of emphasis on encouraging payment with the how you qualify for this program. It's possible that you've already made a payment before you're even in the program, and so we'll wait and see. I think in the spirit of a pilot and innovating, it's all good to learn and see how this plays out, but I think there's been a general trend in a different direction, so we'll see what we learn. But Alt 1 for me.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question on this? Sorry. I know we're going to talk about conditions the next one, or reporting requirements the next one. Given the fact that this is a pilot, given what you're saying, would either of you or both of you entertain a sunset on this that would ensure, so I would recommend maybe December 31st of 2027, because it's a pilot, the reporting requirements, if they're approved in the next item, could align well with then the filing of this applicant's next rate case, so we can evaluate program information provided and try to make a best or most informed decision about how the RAP program's working or not working, and modifications if needed. If they needed to modify or extend in between, they would still be able to do that in a separate TE docket. But I think, again, just the pilot nature, the newness or novelty of some of this, and just the fact that the timing, I don't think would be problematic if we were to sunset it. So I'm just, if you guys are okay with it, I think I would actually be at probably at 2, which would just be to add that December 31st, 2027 sunset.
That
Commissioner
sounds
Hawkins?
good to me. That makes a lot of sense.
It does to me too, and I'm glad you're raising it. I've been thinking quite a bit about pilots lately and in a little bit of a pilot rabbit hole. Just
How's that going for you?
Yeah, everything's a pilot. And if everything's a pilot, nothing is a pilot, and some death by pilot, I don't know. But
Fred jokes.
yeah, I think pilots need end dates most of the time, because it doesn't mean that the pilot's going to be canceled and it wasn't successful and it's not moving forward. It gives a hard date to review the information we're supposed to be reviewing on a timely basis, to examine whether and how well the pilot worked, and to move forward or not move forward or modify. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yep, totally agree. Thank you.
All right, that brings us to 76A, reporting requirements. I was at Alt 1. Chair Strand?
Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Alt 1 for me as well.
Thank you. All right, and then 76B, suggested revisions to the tariff. I was supportive of the revisions. That leaves me at Alt 1. Chair Strand?
Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Yep, the revisions looked good to me. I was at Alt 1.
Thank you. All right, 77, these are additional actions to take based on evidence in the record. I was generally supportive of the modifications and updates to tariffs that the applicant is listing here. I think these are items that were raised and supported throughout the record. Under the additional actions that CUB is raising, particularly affirming prior decisions regarding the difference between the cost of equity and the regulatory return on equity is two different concepts in terms of numbers. I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think. I think we had discussed this a little bit in a previous rate case last year about updating some terminology found in our tables to be consistent when we're talking about like a market cost of equity versus a regulatory return. And we talked about our ability to develop and work on our order language kind of at any time. So that said, I'm interested to hear what you both think on that one. But overall, I was at an Alt 1 at a minimum on those tariff modifications. Chair Strand?
Thank you. I am supportive of the items listed, the tariff modifications listed. I was not supportive of the CUB actions, mostly for my similar concern about committing staff time to an endeavor that I don't know that it adds that much value to the proceedings. I also am not 100% convinced that that terminology needs to be updated. I understand the point here, and I remember a CUB economist at my utility regulation basics of trying to hammer that point home. But again, I don't think that this is something that we need to commit staff to, given everything else that they're working on. So I'm fine with, I know the options are consistent with the discussion, so I'm fine with the tariff modifications that the applicant supports, but I would not include the CUB ones.
Yep, thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
I am fine with those listed as well, and I'm interested in continuing the conversation. I think if I certainly understand not wanting to commit staff to figuring that out, I do think we're going to keep spending a lot of time and paper and pages reading about the differences and possibly having parties talking past each other as well. So anything we can do to clean that up and to make everything more understandable and clear would be a worthwhile endeavor. I don't know if that's critical right now, and so I'm fine joining there with just the list that we have in front of us. And then I also, unrelated to those items that you're both talking about, I appreciate the applicant pulling away from some of the original modifications that they had related to battery storage and ARCs in their PG tariffs. I had some eyebrow-raising moments on those, and then was very happy to see as the record developed that those were dropped. And so appreciated that response to some of staff's questions on those issues. So I'm at Alt 1 as the chair outlined, just that original list.
I can join you both on the Alt 1 option per the discussion, and I had also appreciated those items being removed throughout the course of the record here. And I'll just echo your note on the consistency in the terminology and how that might help as things evolve, save a little bit of discussion. But that said, it doesn't necessarily have to be through this particular issue. So I think we're all at the Alt 1 consistent with our discussion here. And then 78 gets us to our standard conditions. I was at Alt 1 for these. Chair Strand?
Alt 1, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins?
Alt 1.
Great, thank you. And then finally, I'd suggest we bring this order back for review, and Chair Strand, perhaps rate case orders broadly, however we want to word this here, to an open meeting for the three of us to review before issuing them.
Yes, I definitely support that, and it's consistent, and I think it's necessary, and I believe we even ordered it this morning, and even though it was a settlement.
Yes.
Yep, so, yep, I'm totally fine with that.
I'm good with that.
Thank you.
And
Good with
thank
that?
you for leading the discussion.
Yeah,
You
great
did a
job.
great
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Do you have everything you need? Okay. We'll go right
Ready
to
for a motion? Okay. In docket 4220, UR 127, I move we approve the request by Northern States Power Company, Wisconsin, for authority to adjust electric and natural gas rates consistent with our discussion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you again to Commissioner Nyesho for her excellent leading of our discussion today, and for Commissioner Hawkins for always providing wonderful insight, snarky comments, and some jokes. That does conclude our official business for today. Our next open meeting is scheduled for Thursday, November 20th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I move we stand adjourned until Thursday, November 20, 2025 at 10:30 a.m.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.